Hello, hello. What's up, what's up? Let's do the audio check first, shall we? As usual. How is audio on Twitch? 1 2 1 2. No audio on Twitch? There is audio on Twitch, alright. How about YouTube? Oh, YouTube is having problems, I see. What is up? Okay, no, YouTube is live. Okay, we do have audio on YouTube. Alright. So, we're all set up. We're all set up. We can start today. We're going back to the drawing board. Last stream, I was trying to make a whole level for my game out of mechanics that I created, and it turned out I don't have nearly enough stuff. I don't really have nearly enough stuff to create something cool, right? So I have to go back to the drawing board, to Toyboxing, create more toys for me to play with, to create maybe a level. So that's what we'll be doing today. At the end of the last stream, I was playing around with the idea of if you put wind propeller next to the fully grown fire, it will create like a flamethrower. So we'll be finishing that. And I also did like full 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of notes of what other cool mechanics connected to ignition, flame, etc. I could do. Which kind of guided me a little bit, for example. Well, I know that the whole level I want to end with like a fire tornado. It will be funny. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing today. But first, as a little warm-up for the stream, we got a not brand new, but Epic released the public roadmap for Unreal Engine 5.7. Which means that I will for sure have streams connected to some of those new things in the Unreal Engine. Probably mostly connected to gameplay, but not necessarily only that, right? So let's take a peek of it. Megalights, I never really touched that. Yeah, I don't know what that is really, apart from watching the presentations. I'm not really planning to make streams on that. I guess some other more tech art oriented channels might touch that. The same with Niagara heterogeneous volumes, but Substrate is of interest of mine. It is production ready and enabled by default in Unreal Engine 5.7. That's great. I kind of want to see that because this is like the whole new way of making materials, a little bit different than the regular PBR materials, right? And I kind of want to see, especially I would love to see like some sample project if there is already such thing. That would be cool. Nine-eyed foliage. That's great that it's, you know, advancing. And first person rendering is production ready, including support for nanite with or without WPO. That's great. But I don't know why the fuck would I use nanite for first person shit. Especially when I have animated skeletal meshes. But there might be like other things connected to it. Okay, yeah, I'm backing off. So yeah, I will for sure take a peek at least at Substrate in the future. Character animation, motion matching chooser integration. What is that? It is the this is the choosers. And it is integration motion matching into the choosers themselves. Okay. I might take a peek at the sample, animation sample. How it improved in the future. Skeletal editor updates. Yeah, I won't be looking at that, at least now. Maybe in the future when I will be building a character from our game, I might take a peek at it. Retargeting, no. Better foot contact, no. That's not some... Ah, this is for animation, okay. Control rig dependency view, oh, that's nice. World building, custom made LODs. Okay. I'm still not sure if I will be using world partition for my game, or will I be just creating regular levels and streaming some of them in and out with like a transition level. PCG. In this channel we really dug deep on some PCG stuff, so for sure we will be looking at this. First of all, that's a big announcement. PCG framework is production ready. So it means Epic Games signs a contract right now with you, in quotation mark, that hey, if you're using PCG, it is production ready. They are taking responsibility of the whole thing, right? It's not like, oh, it was experimental, you shouldn't have used it. No, now they're saying use that in your games for production, for release, for shipping, right? They added something new like PCG editor mode. We'll be looking at that for sure. With like some customizable tools that you can just like drag in the level, do some stuff with it. Seems like awesome UX thing. This is interesting. For sure I'll be looking at that. Procedural vegetation editor. From what I understand, it is a new experimental plugin that is supposed to be like a poor man's version of Speedtree or something like that. So yeah, for sure I will be taking a look at that. 100% sure. Asset workflows. PCG graphs can now be executed as standalone graphs, removing the need for the world context and the graph to be generated from PCG component. That's interesting. That means that you don't always need to have an actor with the PCG component to execute some PCG. We'll be taking a look at that for sure. The new asset workflow. I'm always down for some new asset workflow improvement. Custom data types. Since the initial release, the list of supported data types in PCG framework had been hard-coded, preventing easy addition and support of new data types. Sorry. With 5.7, it is now possible to add support for any custom data type within the types of hierarchy and expand the framework, or use the framework core and feature set to build your own tool on top. The type selector has been upgraded as well. Oh, so now you can just create a new data type and it will be selectable here, or at least it will be easy to make sure that your new type will be selectable here. That's great. That's actually very freaking great. Yeah, because right now the possibilities are endless. You can provide any data to PCG and do whatever the fuck with it, right? And transform it and output some other data. Krzysiek is here. Hi! What's up, man? Ha! Oh, god damn. That's a surprise. How you doing? How you doing, mate? Shit. Nice. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? I'm really surprised. I'll be making myself an ass trying to be a game designer today, Krzysiek. But right now I'm just looking through 5.7 Unreal Engine 5.7 release date. Not release date. Oh my god, a roadmap with all the new features, and I'm looking through them and see what I will cover in the future. And PCG is production ready, and I will for sure be covering that. Krzysiek says, with the sun. Oh, hi! Cześć Kuba! Cześć Kuba! Krzysiek says, good, good, me too. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here, homie. Hope you have a nice beginning of the day on Saturday. That's nice, nice, nice. So yeah, I will for sure be covering all those PCG improvements. Maybe not all of those, but most of those, like Polygon 2D, data type and operators. Oh, that's some interesting shit actually. That's some interesting stuff. GPU operations, that's always interesting. UX improvements. I'm always down for some UX improvements. I love PCG, but damn, there are some things that are annoying there. They are a hell of a lot annoying. And nodes and operators. Some new nodes. Spline intersection. Get execution context. Wow, I can do this. Okay, let me tell you something for real. Like whenever I, either for day job or for my own, created like PCG graph, sometimes I need for server to do something different than, for example, client, right? And they are also adding a possibility to have a PCG that is only executing on builder, or parts of graph are executing on builder, which is powerful. Because if you have some expensive, let's say, processing need to be done on your world, and you're doing it offline, and you probably had to hack it away with your own custom code, right? So it will be only executed on the builder, not on regular game, right? Execution context allows us to basically out of the box do that, right? Specify, hey, this graph or this fragment of graph is executed only on server, only if you have authority over things, so clients won't be doing anything. Probably you will be able to check if it's client, and of course for all the offline builder needs, it's awesome. Z Positive is here. Hi, good day, good day. How are you doing? I hope you're alright and you have a nice start of a weekend. How are you doing? What is the weather out there? Here it is cloudy, but kinda hot and I would say sweaty weather. Extract attributes, yeah, for sure I will be covering that. And some Python interrupt plugin. So we will be able to execute some Python scripts inside of PCG. I'm not sure like what would be the extent of Python API within the PCG, but potentially it seems awesome, especially for some of the math things. Like sometimes I just want to do some simple math and I have to, kind of like in Blueprint, putting together 15 nodes when I would just wish I could just write 4 lines of simple mathematics, right? Maybe that would be great for that, or some other API shit. We'll see. Z Positive says, doing well and horrible. You mean horrible weather? Oh, damn. I feel sorry for that. Damn. Damn. There are some developer iterations tools like incremental cooking, CPP tools, okay. Build health tracking and visualization. So there is something that you can create like, oh shit. That's like something completely new. I never really dealt with Horde, and I'm not sure if I, as like, you know, at least on stream for my single man-made game, will be using Horde server to track the build's health, etc. But maybe at some point in the future I will be looking into this. I'm not sure. Audio for sure I'll be looking into. Audio insights, yeah. New meta sound shit. Tech audio tool sample. Some new sample with audio tools. For sure I will be covering it here. Audio waveform editor. Yeah, it needs improvements. For sure. And I wonder if they allowed for reversing of a waveform, because last time I needed to do this, I needed to go out to Audacity, and I wanted it to be a part of audio waveform editor in the Unreal Engine. So I really want that. Some platform support updates, motion design, FBX level import, blah blah blah. AI assistant in the editor. Now that's something interesting. The AI assistant gives you a faster way to get answers without leaving Unreal Engine. By sliding out dedicated panel in the editor, you can ask questions, generate code, or follow step-by-step guidance. All without switching to a browser. You save time and stay in flow. Instead of breaking concentration to search online, you can get instant help. What you can do: offer step-by-step instruction for tasks, get guidance and tips directly in context, troubleshoot development topics with AI help, generate code examples to accelerate workflows, reference past exchanges with chat history, so it's already better than Gemini. Copy and paste answers seamlessly into your project. Sounds awesome. It's like you're having your own assistant and someone who will be able to quickly look through the documentation and tell you something. Yeah, we'll be checking this shit out 100%. When the 5.7 gets released, we will be checking that out. I am really curious how much stuff it will hallucinate. Improved saved asset interactions, improved window dragging interactions, awesome. And on my Discord, which I should provide the link to, quickly let me invite people, set things to never expire, yeah. Let me quickly drop a link to the Discord connected to these streams. Dexterovsky on the Discord linked up, that's why I'm looking through it right now. Improved blueprint editor duplicate interactions. Because last time I was building something, trying to create a composition of things, I was duplicating things in the blueprint editor and it was behaving like shit. So for sure I will be checking that out. 100%. Window dragging interactions, that's great. Dexterovsky sent on Discord, improvements to 2D viewports are incredible. I think you mean that, Dexterovsky. Orthographic viewports, when you can clip what you see to make it easier to focus and build shit. That's fucking great. Yeah, editor improvements we will be looking into for sure in the regular, work, right? Media view, whoa, finally we are able to do something that's actually not, yeah, whenever you were trying to do something like, hey, you are putting up your scene and you had like your concept art that you were putting it against, you always had to do some custom shit to make it bearable, and now they are just doing it inside of the editor and it's beta. Nice. Chaos improvements, chaos fluids improvement, chaos core improvements. Yeah, so I will be for sure covering future PCG stuff. I would like to take a peek at Substrate. Audio tech sample, it's a given. I love the audio team behind Unreal Audio. They are awesome. I will be checking this shit for sure. And editor improvements as well. So, yeah. Okay, now let's get back to making an ass out of myself. Let's get back to it. And yeah, flame propagation range. Maybe let's quickly create a reminder of what I'm doing here. I'm making a game that is basically the aim of the game is to challenge myself and learn how to be a game designer. I work as a C++ programmer day in, day out, right? Gameplay programmer, but it doesn't mean that I'm a great gameplay designer. Actually, I'm shit gameplay designer. And this game, its whole aim is to learn how to use those design muscles, right? And I devised a game where if you think how Mario, Donkey Kong, or anyone really in platformers are running around, jumping on stuff or throwing stuff to interact with the world, right? That's their primary action, that they are interacting with the world, traversing through the world, and changing the state of the world, right? So I thought, well, I'm gonna make a game where shooting arrow from my bow is a primary action that I am changing the state of the world with, and it's also my mode of transportation, as it turned out. And I don't really have any other game to look up to in that regard. And that's great, because with that I'm not just merely copying ideas from other games and Frankensteining a game without understanding how those features worked in other games and why they were working the way they were working, right? And I have to learn how to build this stuff from the ground up, right? And also I will get some chops with blueprint scripting, because on day in, day out, as I said, I'm a C++ programmer. So only thanks to those streams I became better with blueprints, right? So the game is about shooting arrows from bow. It's not a shooter, and it's not an archery simulation. It's more like an arcadey puzzler game, right? At least that's the aim. So I have a couple of mechanics, right? I have like a red button that you can shoot to open blue window. I have fire bubble that I can shoot, which will burn down some vines. And I can collect a star. The aim of the game will be, of course, to move forward and collect some stars. Like, I have rotators, I have some flame propagation going on in here. Like I showed, I have wooden vines. Let's burn the altar for Half-Life 3. So Half-Life 3 will get dropped. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Hollow Knight lovers got their Hollow Knight sequel, right? Me, The World Ends With You, big fan, my most favorite video game of all time, I got the sequel to it, right? Lots of people got their long time coming, waiting sequels, but Half-Life 3, no go. So that's why we built the altar for that. Z Positive says, I already see more gameplay than most streamers, so good job there. Oh, thank you, thank you. Was watching a streamer that was buying marketplace assets and walking for 3 days inside of a map. Huh. Why was he doing that? Was he building like an exploration game or something? Interesting approach. Well, marketplace assets do have their usage, but you know, when we are building gameplay, then we're building gameplay. Here we have like our flame that can propagate. It creates sparks that flies somewhere, and then boom, boom, it grows, and to maximum, and it starts to burn, propagate even further. If it lands on flammable surface, it grows and propagates further. If it lands on non-flammable surface, like this regular old floor, it doesn't stay, right? Simple as that. Like I shown, we have our fire bubbles. Z Positive says, what's the point if you don't make any gameplay? Exactly, unless you are previewing stuff and your task is only trying to come up with some art style, then I don't understand the behavior. I would love to ask the guy, like, what are you doing? I want to have like an art stream when I will be exploring what kind of art style I would love to have for my game, but you know, it will be somewhere in the future. I also have like those water bubbles that I can break and it will put out those flames, but something got fucked up. I got some error or something. I also got this mode of transportation when I'm shooting, launching myself with my bow. And believe me, it's a placeholder of a bow. I couldn't care less how it looks right now, because as the Positive said, what's the point of me browsing for, to paraphrase, browsing for assets for bow when I have no gameplay? Right now I have gameplay, and later I will swap it out for some actual bow, right? So we are going to like create the path for ourselves. And now I can navigate this sea of flames, right? On my own. And yeah, and I can exit the sea of flames, right? And I have a couple of other mechanics. Let me see if I will be able to land there. Actually, I was. Yeah, that's my main mode of transportation in this game. Z Positive says, that's my point. You can make a game with cubes if the logic is there. That's exactly what I'm going with here on this stream. I see Z Positive, we are seeing eye to eye on this shit, right? Like, my whole idea is those assets will be ugly. They are only supposed to represent what they're supposed to represent and satisfy the bare minimum of visual satisfaction. So for example, if I need something to burn down, there'll be a change of material and some Niagaras, right? But they won't be pretty at all. It is just to satisfy the smallest modicum of fun, right? If the idea is that if the ugly prototype is fun to play with, it means that once you implement the actual art style, it will be blast, right? But if you're having fun with cubes, etc., you're already onto something. That's what Z Positive is talking about in here, right? You can prototype and make a game with cubes, and it's supposed to feel awesome with that, right? The bare minimum of visuals. We have a spawner of fire bubbles here, and we have like a propeller. And the visual language for the player is whenever you see this red cube on a stick attached to something, it means if you shoot at it, it will rotate. And I need to change my weapon. And if I rotate it, it will start pushing those bubbles, right? The wind there. I don't have Niagara for that. Even placeholder Niagara. At some point I will do it. And now I can see that the star is behind those wooden bars. So I can burn everything down and collect my star. Now, let's get back to my other stuff. The idea is that, you know, those things actually would be on some distance. So we will have like some at least bow arrow aiming challenge. Like here it is like the simple, it's already set up, right? And I can burn everything down and collect my star. Here I have to shoot at least once. Oh. Yeah, and I can burn down and I can collect those stars. And my chaos physics are fucked up, but it doesn't matter. And I have to rotate it a little bit more. Right? And now I can burn down all of the vines and collect my stars. Just like that, right? Holy shit! No, I'll miss it. Yeah, so those are like my base mechanics. I tried to build the whole level surrounding that, but it turns out there's not enough connected to like ignition, flames, etc. to me build the whole level around it with like finale, intro, etc, etc. So, you know, I was using the level design as a tool to find out if I need to add more to this toy box. And it turns out, yeah, I need a tad bit more to create like an interesting level that could be played for at least like 30 minutes, right? Like I hit the roadblock where I was like, well, I can just copy and paste the exact same puzzle and mechanic here, there, and there and do like some slight variation, but it's just not fun, right? I need a little bit more, right? In order for it to be more involving. So we're getting back to the drawing board. One of the ideas is that if you align wind propeller with the fully grown flame, it will create a flamethrower, right? It will start throwing all the, you know, burning particles everywhere. And we were in the middle of implementation of that at the end of the last stream, and I'll be honest, I don't remember what we did. So let's take a peek at this. Oh, I think we did nothing. We have a fully grown flame. Wind actor doesn't really interact with it, right? Maybe let's move the start like here, so it will be easier for me to constantly test this shit. And maybe let's rotate it actually 90 degrees. Or maybe not. Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. What was the end of what I ended up with? Flame spark projectile. I have a frame. Ah, yes. I think it already spawned something in here, but it's like, yeah, like flame projectile went there. And also what I need to happen is like not it's supposed to be a continuous flamethrower. Once the wind actor interacts with the flame, it starts flaming, right? So it starts constantly spitting those sparks, right? Flame sparks, etc, etc. So let me get to the way I did it. And it was like flame fully grown, no, flame base. On flame overlap. Where the hell we have on flame overlap when we are spawning the spark? What? Flame overlap. On flame overlap. Okay. Wait. Because that is something weird. On flame overlap. Fully grown. Spawn flame. This is that. I know I'm spawning sparks, so let me spawn. How the hell am I spawning that? I completely forgot how I set it up last time. BP flame spark projectile, that's what we are spawning here. It's supposed to be with like on wind interaction, right? On wind interaction. Let's search. Is wind affected? Holy shit, I completely forgot this. How I did this. Okay, skip to fully grown, that works. On flame overlap. On component begin. Ah, yeah, it is killing stuff. Okay, that's not that. So how the hell this spark is getting... Oh, it is not. Okay. It was just a part of Niagara. Okay, so we will be building it from scratch, I think. But I need a quick, break. So I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Hello, everyone. I'm back from a quick break. Yeah, and we'll be getting back to the flamethrower. Okay, so we basically have to just build it. So we need to interact. When the moment of interaction happens, we need to see if we are fully grown, right? And start spawning those guys. And let me just quickly see. Z Positive says, welcome back. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, so my wind actor, that is basically just that, and that is attached to the propeller. And by that, I mean it's just a volume, right? That can get overlapped, etc, etc. At some point I will add some Niagara to it, but today is not the day. It can call on wind interaction when it is overlapping with something on tick. And of course when the components box starts overlapping with something, right? And yeah, so in theory, if it will start interacting with our flame, I have like the mechanics of like flame propagation, and they can be affected by the wind. So the regular flame, if it is being affected by a wind, it will propagate without the wind. It will propagate into north, south, east, west directions, looking top down, right? But if you put wind to it, it will be affected by the wind, and there can be like 6 directions of 6 wind actors together combined. And all of those directions of wind will mix in, create like a resultant propagation direction, and that's where the new sparks will come. And I will kinda use that, because let's think about that. Why I want to create a flamethrower, right? So this propeller and its wind actor, which is this volume, will interact with the fully grown flame in here. And if I have like 3 other wind propellers in here, I want to have like the resultant vector of flame throwing, combining all of those wind directions, right? Yeah, so yeah, so let's just do that, right? Because actually, what is flamethrower in here but just up to maximum flame propagation, right? So let's try to do that, shall we? In our blueprint, let me make some more space so we could see more of a blueprint in here. Yeah, so when we are interacting with wind in here and our flame phase is fully grown, we want to spawn actor, and in theory this should be called every tick where wind is interacting with the whole thing, right? With the flames. So I love the great moments where this song comes on in the background, which in Polish sings Jestem w dupie, which literally translates into I'm in the ass, figuratively it translates into I'm fucked. It is always perfect. Okay. Let's just start spawning our flame spark projectile, but the thing is, it feels like I should override this projectile movement, right? And I think I already started doing that, right? I should have BP flame spark projectile I don't have another flame spark projectile that will have a different maximum speed. Wait a second. Let me quickly see something. Because I want to see if I already... Oh, wait. Yeah, let's unhook that for a hot second. I want to see those sparks on a regular frame if I modified the base projectile. No, I didn't. Okay. So what we will do in here is we will create a child out of this flame spark projectile. Let's see first of all if I haven't already done that. Reference viewer, Alt Shift R. No, I don't have the child blueprint of that, so we will create one. Create child blueprint class. Why child blueprint, not just copy and change a little bit? Well, because if I ever introduce, you know, some kind of differences to how the flame spark projectile will work, I will sure as hell want to my sparks that will be spawned via impromptu flamethrower to reflect that. Basically, my flame sparks from flamethrower will just have a different variable for max speed and maybe a couple of other variables, and all of the behaviors and the composition should be the exact same, right? Maybe it might have a different Niagara connected to it. We'll see about that in the future, but you know, that's what's happening here, right? It will be flame spark, flamethrower, spark projectile, right? And let's open this up. And what we actually want to do is change the max speed of that, right? I think. So yeah, maybe let's keep it like that because we'll be just adjusting that. Let's get back to our flame base. Let's actually connect that stuff. Let's take our flamethrower projectile and connect to our spawning. The spawn transform should be the actual final. Oh, that's the thing that I haven't thought of. Yeah, because I'm having like a base 4 directions of spawn, right? And all of them then get affected by our mixed in wind, right? So I have 4 of those directions because I am always in the base flame spawning 4 sparks, and here I just need one direction to spawn this with. Only one? How about no? Actually, maybe we should spawn 4 sparks, and each of those sparks will be spawned with each of those wind vectors. That could actually be cool. I'm scratching that. Okay, final propagation location. Let's take it. Let's iterate over it. Right? And let's just spawn 4 sparks. That will be cooler, in my opinion. So this is my direction. So basically now I need to do what happened exactly here. Yeah, almost. Yeah. So we have our spawn transform, right? Let's break it, split struct, because location will be actually yeah, what should be the location? The location should be, yeah, the actual flame itself, right? So let's just get actor location, right? We're just hooking that up. The scale is just 111. That's not a problem. The rotation, we need to find a look at rotation. So we need to take our actor location. Then let me maybe quickly jump to paint. What we are doing is we are having the spawn location. I want to create the vector that goes into specific location. And I want to have a rotation for that, right? How should I rotate this object so it will be, so its front vector will be rotating to my direction? Well, I can just create a location along that vector and use the Unreal Engine function to find look at rotation from this point A to this point B, right? Simple as that. So look at, find look at rotation. That's what we're trying to find, right? So this is the start, our A, right? And our B will be current wind direction, right? That we are taking. Our base rotation plus our wind direction multiplied. I hate doing maths in Blueprint because it's not that readable. I tried to use this math node, but it never worked for me. I don't know how to fucking make it work. It would be way easier because now it is like all messy. I don't like that. Yeah, so we are taking our starting point. Let's multiply our direction via 200 centimeters and do that. And yeah, that should work. I hate doing math and blueprints. I already said that, I know, but I really do hate it. Because it creates this tangled mess of lines and I don't like it really. And this is our spawn rotation, right? And yeah. Yeah. Do I want anything in here more? Not really, I guess. Yeah. So let's see. If it works, it probably won't. It doesn't. Nothing gets spawned anywhere. So that sucks. Alright. What is going on? Is that even called? No, that is never called. That's great. And my wind actor is interacting with this flame. Now it gets cold? That's some weird as shit. What the? Okay, let me drop a breakpoint in here because I only want, I'm interested in if it's fully grown. Okay, for some reason my fully grown flame is not really interacting physics wise with the goddamn wind actor and I don't know why. Let's debug this collision problem because that's what it's really all about. Okay, so it should overlap. Wait, what object types are we searching for? World dynamic and my flame base. What is this? It is world dynamic and it's overlap on everything. That's great. And my wind actor. In here, yeah, we are just checking for the world dynamic in here. I should call wind interaction on my fully grown flame. So I have no idea what is going on. I have no idea. What is the name of that guy? Let me quickly check. Oh, it's just BP flame fully grown. Okay, let's debug that. I got lots of flames in here. Really? It's not getting cold at all? Okay, and what's the name of this guy? Wind actor base 5. Okay, wind actor base 5. You're not getting anything? What is the collision problem in here? Yeah, that's what you get sometimes while prototyping. Some stupid collision error or mathematical error that is flying over your head. You're wasting half an hour for that and you're like, oh my god, I'm a dumbass, right? that's the reality of it. Don't fall for anyone on YouTube who claims that they are able to do this without error. They are, you know, lying through their teeth, right? Okay, so object type is world dynamic, right? It's, yep. Wait, hold up a minute. It is an unscaled box extent? So it is this fucking small. It doesn't make any sense. I want to have it scaled. Okay, so I know my error right now. This shit never worked. Never. Because this actually is taking our box, which, if you look at the scene, is quite elongated, right? But we are getting an unscaled box extent of that, right? Which is kinda stupid because it's only just 32 by 32 by 32 centimeters. So that's all fucking wrong. So the way to fix this is, can I just get extend? Get scale bot extends? What the fuck will that return? Now it's more like it, right? Now I think it might work. It still doesn't. Okay, it still doesn't work, but at least maybe let's try to find out why. It's 120. It's 1200. So it is 128 centimeters. Nice. And you still get no actors to overlap with. How in the holy mother of everything you don't interact with that actor? Okay, let's put this into perspective. How the hell you are not interacting with that flame? What is the actual kill box of it? Wait. Where's the kill box of it? Why do I don't see the kill box of it? What is happening? Some X-Files shit, like... Okay, one of the other reasons why it might not ever find anything is because my kill box that is supposed to be scaled, of course, by my scale. Even though it has query only and it has world dynamics and everything set up alright, it's not visible. It seems like it is like extremely small. What is going on? Let's turn on like view modes. There is no collision in there. That's maybe why it's not being detected. Why there is no collision? Maybe I will also use show collision. No, there is a collision. So how the hell this box is not overlapping this box? Okay. What kind of shit I did? Stupidly. Let's get back to the flame base. Yeah, maybe let's change it to custom for a hot second and do like query in physics. Maybe I fucked up in that regard. No, it's not happening. What is going on? Okay, let me do another thing quickly before I lose my mind. Line thickness 5 and visibility. Let's change the visibility of my kill box. Or my volume of the freaking flame, right? Let's make it visible, yeah. And is it hidden in game? It is hidden in game. Let's make it not hidden in game. I want to see it. Show me. It is there. It is overlapping, yet no overlaps are getting called, right? And I killed my physics with the... I killed physics a little bit. So, yeah. I killed physics because I turned on... I said query only. Okay, it was supposed to be query and probe. Or collision enabled, actually. Let's see if that will finally trigger. No, it's not triggering. I hate wasting so much time on stupid shit, but you know, sometimes you gotta fix shit in that way. Okay. So if it is query only, my query for box overlap actors should work. I'm trying to get all those actors with event tick in here. Is like tick even enabled in here? Yeah, it is, because I hit the breakpoint. Box overlap actors with orientation? What's that? Interesting. Overlap actors box. Get overlap actors box. Okay. Now what I'm thinking about is the right. I need to debug. I need to draw the debug for this overlap, right? It turns an area of actors that overlap this given axis aligned box. Okay, so I don't know. Debug, draw, box, center, extent. Rotation is that, duration is, I don't know, 0.1, thickness is 2, and line color, let's make it snappy, let's make it lime green. And yeah, let's do that and do that, because I really want to see what is the actual box overlap for that, because maybe there is still something wrong, right? It is, and now we know what is going on. Look at that. This is the box that I was actually trying to find an overlap with. And here is my box. It is not aligned correctly. It is absolutely not aligned correctly. Which is kind of fucking funny if I think about that. But there's also another thing. I'm taking wind. Of course, of fucking course. Now I understand my error. Look at that. We need to turn on the... Alright, we can just take a look at this propeller, right? The wind actor is attached in here, right? That's great, and I'm taking the center position of this wind actor, but where is the pivot? It's not here. It's here. So it got all fucked up because of the wrong pivot position. That's why it never worked. Oh my god, so now how can I quickly fix it? Because I need to create actual box overlap, but it should be not from the actor location, which is the pivot position. It should be like from the beginning of the extent of the box to the end of the extent. So it's actually quite simple if I think about that. Let me take a quick journey to the paint. And paint what I need to calculate. I have this situation, right? And I'm creating a new extent from here, right? And that's absolutely wrong. What I need to do is go from my pivot point to here, and that is my or should it go like this? Yeah, I just provided the wrong box extent. Yeah, like I need to create this box extent right now. Why can't I just... I don't need to move anything. I just need to rotate this shit and we should be golden. Right? I guess so. And I'm getting already good extents, but they are rotated in the wrong way, right? I don't need to do too much. Oh shit! So what I should get is actually... I should blah 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 blah. I should get the world aligned world space world extent. No, get extent. Oh, I can only get... That is interesting. Okay, but I can just go like transform inverse. That's how it was called, right? Yeah. That's all I should really need to do, right? Just transform those extents to world space and we're golden, I think. It should be like transform. It was not inverse. I'm always fucking up those names. Get... What the hell is this? And there's like the inverse transform. I should have just transform. World... It's not... Oh my god, I'm always blanking out on what does the name of the node to transform it to the world space. Always blanking out. Always blanking out on that shit. No, math. Yeah, that's what we need. Math, transform. Transforms, yes. Inverse, transform. Wait, what? Inverse transform mesh? I never knew that such shit existed. Okay. So transform, no. Inverse transform, yes. Location, rotation. Compose transforms. Oh, that's nice. Right. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry for that. It was like really important. I had a thing scheduled for today and I don't have it scheduled no more. So I had to take care of that. Okay, so we can try to use get actor bounce. Although I'm not sure what that does. I never really used that node. That's where this assistant would that I read about from 5.7 release AI assistant could come and help, because I'm not really sure which node I could use to. Of course I could, you know, rotate this shit scaled extent by myself, but how about we print that shit? Maybe it will be already rotated. It is actually already rotated, but it is a little bit bigger than the actual freaking wind here. And it's like scaled a little bit. That's weird. Alright. I guess we'll just, like Thanos, fine, I'll do it myself. We'll just rotate this shit, right? So. We need to transform to world space. Transform. Yeah, what we really need is like. Vector, really. Right? Oh my god. Transform. Oh my god. Vector. Where the hell is... Okay, but you can transform location. Rotation. And direction, right? Okay. Get actor transform, right? Maybe let's start with that. This is the transform that we'll be using for our world, local to world, right? Transform. Let's see what make relative transform. Child to parent, yeah. Direction, location. Actually, yeah, let me think about it for a quick second. Yeah, like I wanna just rotate my extents and that's it, but But I'm quite sure, yeah, why am I stopping, etc. Because I'm quite sure I did that in like super simple way by just getting the extents of the actor or component. It was already in world space, right? So that's why I'm getting tripped on that, right? Because it's like get That is interesting. Maybe that's what I was using. Yeah, I'm blanking out, I'll be honest. That's what happens sometimes. Let's take our component. But will it be in the world space? That's interesting. Let's see. They are in the world space. I think that was the function that I was using some time ago. Yes! I was blanking out on that. Yeah, because I remember from the day job that didn't have to, like, you know, rotate anything on my own. I could just use that exact function. I was just blanking out how it was being called. Because I was kinda getting annoyed, like, really? Unreal doesn't have, like, getting component bouts already in the world space? We always need to, like, rotate the whole extent on our own? That sounds not true. Okay, but let's get back to it, shall we? So we got that. We can still debug draw that for a hot second. Now we're calling this shit. Now this is correct. Now we will start spawning the freaking nothing. Oh my god, and I thought I will blast through like 3 or 4 prototypes today. And I'm constantly stopping. Ah, it's get called only one time? Why? Why the breakpoint is not getting called? And my actor is my flame fully grown, so that shit should been called, right? And we got the first bot on Twitch. That's great. Let's ban that motherfucking bot. Oh yeah. It means I'm doing something right if I get bots, right? Last time on my Discord, the bot got in. Quickly, let me drop a link once again. Invite people. Yeah. The Discord. One time, like one bot named Cristiano Ronaldo or something got into my Discord. And it was funny because Discord automatically detected that it's like some hoax message or whatever. And he banned the account, but left the messages on with the links. And it was like, why? And I had to manually go there and delete every fraudulent message. It was freaking weird. Let me tell you, it was freaking weird. Okay, now. Box overlap actors. It's getting called and it's detecting this. And I have like the wind interactions. So why this shit is not getting called? It is. And okay. Wait, what? We're getting into the for each loop. It has 0 local directions? Why? Why it has 0? Okay, okay. There's some weird shit because it should have, from the beginning, it should have it should have those phone directions, those base. Yeah, it should have base propagation local directions. That should be, yeah. Oh, also they are in local space, right? Oh, so I need to translate them into world space. Okay, okay. That's one thing, but yeah, if we are fully grown, the actor is set to be disabled, but I don't think I'm clearing that ever, right? Okay, let's find references. Am I ever clearing that array of things? Nah. Nah, not at all. Unless it is because I'm skipping. Yes, I'm skipping this shit. That's why I don't have final propagation local directions. So that's why my sparks are not spawning. Okay, another like kinda architecture thing. And it is on flame start. Why would I only do this here? I think it can be set in here. Like before even all that happens. Or maybe... yeah, it could be like create those propagation locations if we are on a flammable surface, and then do what you need to do, right? Now it should work, although I think I have an error because I'm using local directions, right? Oh no, actually I am spawning. Look at this stream of fucking sparks. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, and they also should have a lifetime, right? I hope they have lifetime. What is your lifetime, my friend? Lifespan 0. Oh, so they are infinite. Okay. They shouldn't be infinite. Lifespan should be like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. And now we'll be adjusting the strength of those, right? So we have like max speed 10,000, and it looks like that, like a heavy stream of those things going on, right? So let's make it double. It should go up a little bit, I think. That's not what I wanted to click. No, it's still not exactly what I wanted. All right. And I also remembered the other thing. Flame base, my kill box. Let's bring it back to flame, shall we? Once again. Yep. Yes, because I wanted to add, I forgot from the last stream, stupid me. I wanted to add the idea that it's not being affected by gravity for like 2 seconds or something like that. So yeah, we'll do this. Because what happens if we make projectile gravity scale into 0? And let's turn on the simulation. This is nice, flamethrower. I don't know what those other sparks are, but now it looks more like a flame Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. And it's funny because if I start rotating this, what the hell happened? Okay, some weird shit happened. Yeah, look at that. I'm having this. Let's turn on the simulation. Wait, there's something weird going on, like really weird going on with the bounding box. I rotated this whole thing and That's not how it's supposed to work. But I like this stream of fire. I really enjoyed it. Okay, so that's kind of a way to go. We will start with projectile gravity 0.0, right? And what we really need is at the begin plate, let's create a timer. Set timer by event. This will be a variable. How we will name it? Turn on gravity time from start. Terrible fucking name. And once that happens, max once per frame, of course. No looping. Create event, right? What the hell? Okay. Custom event. Turn on gravity. This is what will happen, and yeah, we'll just take projectiles movement and gravity. Set projectile gravity scale to 1. And it should work just fine. We can make this. Actually, we can make another adjustment, quick adjustment for the behavior in here. Let's delete all of that shit. If that is bigger than 0, actually. So we can turn off that behavior. It might come in handy in some weird fucked up place to be able to turn off this behavior via just setting the timer to 0, right? And we can also change that into a variable that we'll be adjusting later, which is desired gravity scale, which for now will be 1, right? And the value for that will be by default, let's say 1 second, right? And we'll be able to adjust all of that in our flamethrower projectile, actually, in the class defaults. We actually should put that in the category of its own, right? Category gravity related. I am not creative for the name of categories today. Gravity related. Yep. And now we should have it in here, and we only see one of those. What the fuck? Gravity related. Gravity related. Am I blind? Is there like a typo in here or something? What the hell? They are being put in here as big. X-Files shit. I don't know. Okay. Whatever. So, we have that. Let's start adjusting all of that shit, right? That is a funny stream of flame throwing. But actually, I don't like the way it throws flames. That it's just like a stream of fire. And also, this spark should detect that it's falling in here and should start flames, right? But okay, we'll get there in a second. Okay. Everything is alright. But there is something weird going on with my bounding box, so I guess I will have to get back to it. Because when I do it like this, it's alright when I do it like this. But what if I rotate it? Ah, there was a nice effect. Did you catch that? Look at that. You'll see in a second. It like did like a sweep of fire. That is nice, that is nice. But the funny thing is, I should maybe have a cooldown on that at some point. Maybe not, I'm not sure, but it provides a nice, you know, visual way of showing, yeah, it is like throwing flames right now. Actually, it's more of a like fire beam creator, but whatever. Right, so we do have that. Right now under our belt. Yeah, also I should probably create like, think about what distance this fire should cover in order to hit something, right? On the floor. At which distance it starts falling down. Because that distance has been selected at random, right? I actually have like a couple of helpers for me that are created for shooting distances. But maybe, how about we will make sure that this flame can go on like to at least far distance, so it should start falling down there. No, it seems like way too big. So how about mid distance, that it should start, you know, spawning here and going in the straight line into here. Also, it looks hilariously too much, right? So the distance it should actually maybe cover is, that's super far, so that's wrong. Close distance. I accidentally freaking created already a close distance, which in my case I think it's like 15 meters or something. I accidentally balanced it already for all the challenges in my game for the close distance. Alright. That's cool. That is cool. In game it behaves kinda how I want it to. I can turn off debug, or actually I can turn it into a feature. So I should do like be show box overlap debug, and let's make a feature, debug feature out of this bitch, right? We're going like this. If it is true, let's add custom event draw box debug, right? So I can just take that, I can make it even better. And if you're showing, then you're showing the debug, and that's kinda it. I can just call draw debug box, and the fuck I named it draw box debug. Maybe I should name it draw overlap box debug. That's how I should name it, draw overlap draw box debug. And I can okay, yeah, what else I wanted to do with this flamethrower, yes, of course, when the sparks are flying, whenever they are hitting something that either can catch a flame or be melted down, it should be exactly that happening, right? Because I had an idea, I written it down in my trusty notebook, that maybe there could be puzzles of like melting metal,
that you need to align a couple of sources of fire to increase the temperature of something, and that way you can melt it. So the flame can work on, not only on wooden things or flammable things, it can also work on things that can be melted down. I don't really want to use snow because snow is a little bit overused in video games when it comes to that, but metal melting actually also can look fucking cool, right? So yeah, we will try to do this today. But first, let's make sure. What is that guy? Flame spark projectile. I don't need that. Just a lonely flame spark projectile being in the air. First, let me make, so those spark projectiles, the base class, actually not only, you know, flies through the air, but actually also can collide with shit, right? So let's add sphere component, I guess. Sphere collision to it, right? Yeah. Sphere collision. Radius is that. Actually, let's see if that is like a cool radius. Let's make it not hidden in game. Which reminds me, I have turned that on in the game. Okay, and yeah, I guess it should. Line thickness 4. I want to see how it will behave in the game. Yeah, nice heavy stream of sparks. Of course, I will have to create like a cooldown because right now it seems like this is like way too freaking much of those sparks being spawned constantly. It might fuck up everything. Absolute Cowardice here. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, dev buddies? What's up? How you doing? I hope you have a great weekend right now. How you doing? What's going on? What are you working on right now? What are the challenges that you are facing? I would love to hear from you about that. And I just realized, yeah, this wasn't supposed to be hidden in the game. I forgot. Because I don't have any other visualization, so let's leave it at that. Okay, it's 32. Sphere radius seems like alright. So let's make it hidden in game. Once again. Thickness can be 0 once again. Yeah. And yeah, let's just start doing some overlaps with that stuff, right? I don't want it to block any other projectiles. Do I have any collision present that actually is interesting to me? Actually, I have like a projectile, but the projectile just gets blocked on everything. Which actually is something that I'm interested in. Yeah, this is a projectile. I don't want it to just go through things, right? So projectile seems completely fine. But it's only query only, no physics collision? Yeah, actually yes. Yeah. And I guess what, let's do the first thing, that when it hits something, it will create like some kind of visual effect for now, right? Absolute Coward is saying, right now we're working on how something like a dialog box would work. I'm not too far into it, but it seems that small design decisions will end up with vastly different implementations. Yes, 1000 times yes. Let me tell you, like, when someone sits down to like a Google Doc or whatever, trying to think of how dialog box would look, They might be thinking that slight adjustment in that way or that way in the future for iteration, it should be quick, right? Hell no. The ramifications are huge for that. Huge, really. Absolute Coward continues, as in, it changes everything if there are dialogue options. It also changes things if you won't even want two pieces of dialogue to occur in sequence. Yes, yes, like the underlying design of how it should work, each slight, small decision creates completely different implementation, completely different way of setting up the data to process, right? And to present it on screen, etc, etc. It's not trivial. It's definitely not trivial. It really needs to be thought out through like 100%. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. If I remember correctly, I forgot the name. There was like this tool that is, I'm not sure if it is still online, because the last time I saw it, it was 2018 when I was working on a game with dialogues at Techland. There was like a tool that some of the designers and UX designers were using that allowed them to quickly mock up like fully functional clicking through UI and user experience for dialogue systems, so they could quickly iterate on like the graphical side of things, how it should flow, etc. before it even hit the code, right? Because it was super easy to click through how, you know, the flow of things should go, kind of like PowerPoint presentation or something like this. But, you know, it helped them to, you know, nail on the design faster that way. So then when they got to the programmers, they already kind of played through it, you might say, right? So yeah, I forgot what was the name of this tool. Let me maybe quickly Google search that for you. Was it that mockup, or it wasn't Miro? It might have been. Whoa. Where the hell? Yeah, it might have been that mockup. It might have been that, but I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look like that. Envision? Shit, I don't remember, but there was a tool like that. Is it Envision? I think it might have been Envision. Shit, I don't remember. But yeah, I really recommend like trying to find a way to, you know, mock up all those things with some kind of interaction as soon as possible before hitting the code, right? Because as you said, the ramifications of small design decisions are huge, and if you will have to iterate after making the code, sometimes it means deleting everything and starting from the scratch, right? I've seen that happening. Absolute Coward says, what I'm assuming implementation would be right now is that you have a show dialog function which takes an image and string as parameters. Yeah, it's a good assumption. And maybe another parameter is an array of function pointers to call things like showing the next dialog box and also tying behavior. Not really sure. You could also think of dialog as like a tree. So you could, tree structure, so you could basically maybe try to think of it as like nodes, right? Where you have a dialog. It has a couple of options, right? And you can traverse through this tree-like structure, right? And each node has like some kind of data connected to like visual presentation data. Some logic to it. Yeah, that's also like an idea, right? Like if, of course, your dialog structure can follow like a tree, because there are like different types of dialogues that might not work as a tree. Actually, they might be the whole tree structure might not work for that, right? So I'm not sure what type of dialogues you are having with the decisions, right? Yeah, like the ramifications of those decisions are severe because they dictate even what kind of data structure you're using, right? This is actually something that, you know, when we play video games flies over our head, but yeah, design of dialogue systems are really intricate, right? How it should be presented. What about connection to the animations, etc., etc.? It's like a huge feature. Absolute Coward says, very complicated stuff. Maybe UI isn't so bad after all. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, like dialogue systems are a feature. A big feature. The same with like quest system. I've seen guys attempt quest systems and be like, oh, it's easy, right? You just check the boxes if something was done and that's it. And it's like, nope. As soon as they start implementing gameplay and missions in the game, they're like, wait a second. It balloons up into this whole, like, state machine with keeping state and, you know, blackboard and everything, that it almost seems like you're coding an enemy, but not really. And it needs to reference stuff in the world that might be unloaded, so you need to keep a tag of it. Like, it gets really complicated quickly. Like dialogue system, what else? Quest systems, inventory systems are, unless you're doing something really simple. If you are working on an inventory system that should work online with the multiplayer, woo! Yeah, there are guys that their whole specialization is writing inventory systems for games because it's that complicated, right? There are so many things to consider, especially about serialization. And the more players and things that can drop on the floor in the game, the more hardcore it gets. So yeah, I feel you, Absolute Coward, on that. This is like, there are like lots of decisions to be made on dialogue system. Lots of them. And we're not even touching on translation, right? That it's supposed to work with localization. So it should also look up the table of strings connected to your localization culture that you're actually right now have set up in settings. So it's like, woo! The whole shebang, right? Okay, I have my spark and I want it to collide with something, right? So I should get this, and oh, should I click on component begin overlap? Or hit, actually, yeah. No, overlap. No, but I'm not overlapping, I'm blocking everything, right? What the fuck did I set it up here? Yeah, I'm blocking everything, so it should be component hit, right? It should be component hit, and yeah, maybe let's just start debug printing shit. I want to see what print string. Yeah, I want to see what, you know, I will get in here. Like print me an actor. Just print me an actor, and that's it. I want to see what will you hit. You will hit absolutely nothing. Why? Oh. Yeah, I forgot I don't have physics simulation. So that's why no hit. Yeah. I'm a dumbass. That's what happened. So sphere collision, give me those events. Yeah, so it should be begin overlap. Oops. Print me shit on this. I want to see if I didn't fuck up anything. Yeah, I love just when I'm working on any feature. Before I even start writing complicated logic, I tried my best to always remember to just print basic information at the beginning, because I want to see if my flow of events is even occurring. Because oftentimes
As we saw today with debugging of the extent, it turns out that no, I don't have basic flow of events set up correctly. I need to fix that shit right up. Oh, it's hitting the flame fully grown. And then wind actor base. That's funny. I should not give a fuck about flame fully grown. Yeah, I don't need that. So the thing is, flame fully grown, or any flame, actually implements interface, right? Water affected, wind affected, right? And actually, can I just make it so I don't even detect this collision? That would be nice. But I would have to create like the object channel for flame in order to ignore it. So yeah, for now I will just not care about that. What I'm caring about is like, does my thing have actual yeah, like basically break hit result, and I want to have the fizz material, time, distance, location, fizz material, yes, and I want to see if it is actually PM flammable. PM flammable surface, and only then print shit, right? Because I want to make sure I'm only touching flammables, or, which we'll be adding in a second, or maybe on the next stream we'll be adding like melting down metals and shit. Because I also really wanted to work on creating sparks mechanic, where you will have like a flint stone basically, and you are able to shoot at it with your arrow, and it will create a spark accordingly to your, you know, angle of hitting this thing, right? It should be cool. It should be cool. Yeah, because I've been thinking that another way of creating, of course, flame that would catch some other shit on fire would be like hitting at objects in the world and trying to make it to shoot your arrow in such way that the spark will bounce in a specific, you know, direction, and that way you're kinda burning other stuff down without shooting constantly at bubbles, etc, etc, right? So I also would love to sit down to that today. So right now I have a dilemma. Should I start working on melting down metal things, or should I start working on the flint? I'm not sure, but let's maybe finish, you know, the basic interaction where the spark that was being created, the flamethrower, actually can burn shit down, right? So yeah, if it is PM flammable surface, yeah, let's just print shit. Let's make sure that it works correctly. And it's not. How? Wait, what? This is not unknown, but the other actor is... Ah, yes, flame fully grown. Of course. Flame fully grown. So it actually never... Why does it have collision? Yes, it does. It detects PM flammable surface on that static mesh. So we should be able to detect this. Why? Why? That's why I like to check the basic flow of things at the beginning, because I might, you know, get on too deep and to implement like some mechanic, but right now I'm not detecting an actor with the flammable surface, which is weird because I was sure that we were
kinda printing the name out, right? Of that static mesh freaking actor. No! Actually, we are detecting that we are overlapping with wind actor base with flame fully grown, but we're never detecting that we're hitting the static mesh actor. What is your setup, mate? Collision preset is default, which means absolutely nothing to me. Show me that shit. Advanced. Okay, show me the custom. Yeah, it's blocking everything, right? And there's both query and physics, so... And it's world static. Of course. So... It should be working. So what the fuck did I fuck up here? Object type is a projectile. And it should be blocking on world static. And the other guy is blocking projectile. It should be match made in heaven. Ah, because I'm... Am I stupid? I think I am stupid, but... It's like... Yeah, I'm missing something super obvious right now, of course. And I will need to quake, oh my god. Take a quick break to eat a little snack soon. But I'm flabbergasted that I'm fucking up this royally. That I'm not detecting a simple freaking sphere collision, you know, hitting the static mesh. What in the holy mother? It should be on a block, right? What is like your problem? Okay, because it's... Okay, it only will detect overlap events, right? So it makes sense that it is detecting overlap with the flame that is set to overlap everything, with the wind actor that is set to overlap everything. That makes sense, right? But I should also be given like on component collision on component block, right? I'm reading through the notes right now to see if I... Is it that problem? I am stupid, I guess. Wait a second. Is it because of that? Let me rotate this shit quickly. No! It's not even because of physics collision. What is happening? Why none of my physics events are detecting that I just hit this plane? Does it? It has a collision, I know that. What, should I take overlap events on all of my static meshes? That sounds dubious as fuck. So I have an idea of how I will. Yeah, it does nothing, right? So I shouldn't have this set up in that way. So we will do what we will do. So none of this shit works, right? Too bad. That's why I check those things, right? I have a sphere collision, but it's a wet fart at this point. I need to have a tick. And I need to do the sweep on my own. And detect shit, right? That kinda sucks, but whatever. So let me do that. Let me do exactly that. Sphere sweep. Sphere trace. Yeah, I can just do the sphere trace by channel or sphere overlap. Actors. Yeah, I can do that as well. I can just do that. Or maybe I can see what actors do I overlap. Because I might have a situation I just realized where but I might want to have multi-sphere. Yeah, because I might be in the situation where my flame projectile actually hits like 3 things that are overlapping with it, and I would want all 3 things to catch fire, right? So I actually might want to use multi-sphere trace by channel. Yes, let it be visibility. Because why the fuck not? Yeah, and the thing is, like, get actor location, which will be the start of it, and I can just do like a plus my actor location, get actor, get forward. No, what the fuck? Wait. I'm blanking out right now on taking the forward vector. What the hell is going on? Get actor up vector, but there is no get actor vector. Okay, I don't know what the brain fart I had in the second, but and we will move it like, I don't know, 1 centimeter forward, right? To float like maybe even 10 centimeters. Let's be that, right? And the radius is of my sphere collision, right? So get that radius, get sphere radius. That is my radius, right? We can draw it for 1 frame to see what's going on, right? That's really it, and we can like break our hit results. We can break hit result here and print string, and we can now see whether I fucked up or not. That simple stuff as well. I crashed the engine, ladies and gentlemen. Or not. Yeah, because I'm also printing those spheres hitting themselves, so maybe trace channel visibility is not the best idea. Oh, I also didn't hook up that. So that was horrible. Yeah, I can turn off that shit. Let me see multi-sphere by profile. Yeah, let me take a quick peek before I go on to quick snack break. In my project settings in collisions, my presets, right? And my flame overlaps with all those types. Yeah, because I want to detect projectiles. Yeah, basically what I'm trying to achieve is I want to overlap with projectiles, but not with the flaming sparks, right? So I won't be detecting thousands of sparks colliding with each other. I'm only interested in those sparks interacting with everything else in the world, right? So that's what I kind of want to do in here. So I won't do it by that. Multi-sphere for objects and object types. Yeah. And once again, the song comes on perfectly. It's called Jestem w dupie, which translating from Polish to English would be directly it would be I'm in the ass. Figuratively, it would be I'm fucked. So yeah, actually I can add all the object types that I want and omit like projectiles, and I should be golden. Actually, I don't have to create my own object type. Yeah, I don't know if I will have vehicle type of stuff, but sure, let's use, yeah, and I'm not really remove array element pin. Let's use that trace, shall we? And see if it will improve things. So I won't be detecting other projectiles. For one duration, and here and here. Fuck you. Yeah, okay. Let's see if that will work. And I see it not detecting at all my static mesh where I wanted it to. It detects everything else but my world static actor. Why my projectile doesn't detect this thing? What the hell? When my trace does detect it, like a regular freaking trace, it does have a collision. Hit actor path, hit Fizzmat, everything is seen here, right? I have some weird, stupid collision problem. And I'm probably forgetting something super obvious. I don't think I need that anymore. Oh, now it... And it's funny because it detected floor. The floor showed up here for a second. Wait, there was like a plain floor. Okay, let's switch it up. Maybe we already fixed it, actually. Physmat equals PM flammable. If it works, and I'll be so goddamn happy. I hate wasting time of those stupid ass problems, but that's GameDev basically. We are mostly wasting time with stupid ass problems. Yes, finally. It detects it correctly. Okay. So now we know that the flow is actually correct, although we are doing thousands upon thousands of multi-sphere traces per second, so it's not a shippable solution, but for prototype it will do, although, you know, for the real shit, I will need real solution, right? I don't know why I did for each loop would break, but fuck it. Okay, and now, you know, if we hit the flammable surface, it should create Niagara for the spark hitting something. And let me get back to blueprints, to arrows, to where the hell is my base arrow? Here's base arrow. On flame overlap, yeah, let's take this exact thing and let's start spawning it. I wonder how GPU will get attacked by this. I have some bug in here. Why my Niagara is not getting spawned? It is getting spawned, but... Ah yeah, of course, I haven't put in the location. Of course. Now it should be working, but... As I predicted, the GPU will get destroyed. Whoa, holy shit. This is way too freaking much. I'm just killing my GPU right now. Yeah, that shit should be a NDC Niagara data channel thing, which I will do on the next stream to optimize this shit, most probably. And the scale right now should be like 0.1. It should be small as shit. I don't know why this thing broke right now. Propeller. And I cannot... Yes. Okay. And also, what should happen here? I should, of course, spawn... actor from class. And actually spawn our flame base, right? Or BP flame no spark. No spark face. That's what I should spawn here. And let's break. Split the struct pin. Yeah. And let me check again. Like, do I have the safeguard against the fact that I might spawn 10,000 flames in the same goddamn place? Absolute Coward asks, what is your opinion on Link? I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about. Language integrated query, that's what you're talking about? Oh, wait a second, Are you asking about that? Language is the name of set technologies based on integration of query capabilities directly into C# language. Traditionally, queries against data are exposed as simple strings without type, checking at compile time or IntelliSense support. Furthermore, you have to learn a different query language for each type of data. Source SQL, databases, XML, documents, various web services, and so on. Yeah, Absolute Cover says, yeah, the C# thing. I don't think I ever used that, I'll be honest. Language integrated query. Query expression are written in declarative query syntax. By using query syntax, you perform filtering, ordering, and grouping operations on data sources with minimum of code. Seems kinda cool. The following example shows a complete query operation. The complete operation includes creating a data source, defining the query expression, and executing the query in a for each statement. Okay. Scene query from, we have scores. This is our data source. This is our query that takes, will take every score over 80 and write it down. Yeah, it sounds great. And depending on the data source, you can just create a query for that data source. So for example, if one part of your software deals with SQL, then you can use that. If you have some idle microservice with XML or something else or web services, you can just do that and have it an easier way of going, right? But I never really used that. I never worked on like C# and web services or anything like that, so I don't really have an opinion. From reading about it, it seems awesome, but I'm sure, as with every piece of software technology, there are like drawbacks to it, right? And specific situations where it is great, specific situation in which it fucks up everything, right? So I haven't really used that. Absolute Chaos says, I'm not that hype or opinionated about it, lol. Just trying to help you farm content. Okay. To me it seems kind of like ternary operator, but for loops. Ternary operator. Yeah, it does seem like that. Yeah. It's hard for me to have an opinion where I never really used that. It would be hard for me to, farm content. Is there like some big thing going on the web development, YouTube or Twitch or whatever? Like, does Primagen talk about that? I'm wondering right now, like, Primagen Dev link. Not directly. I see. Yeah. Yeah, but it was nice learning something new. Yeah, what I wanted to do? Yes. I wanted to see if set original flame point, blah blah. Do I have anything? That checks whether I'm already in a place where the flame exists. No, I don't have that shit. And actually I think I should do it here, that before spawning a new projectile, or maybe even spawning new system at location, I should actually see, do another quick trace to see if maybe there already exists BP flame something that is of BP flame, right? That's what I should do here, because otherwise I'll be spawning millions of goddamn flames, and they on their own, like, I should even have like any checking function on begin play for my flames, because I don't want to spawn a flame if it already is there, right? So I should add that shit here. And most probably I already have it here. I just need to check, like, that's the thing, because I have multi-sphere traits, right? So I will have couple of actors, right, in here, and within that for loop body, yeah, it should be differently. I should create it differently, right? It begs for like a... Okay, I got an idea, right? I have an idea how to do it. Absolute Coward says, it seems like the main thing C# people talk about when it comes to being better than Java. It's like potato chips telling you about how healthy they are compared to crackers because they're a vegetable. I love that comparison, dude. I love that comparison. I will use that for other things as well. I don't really know too many C# people, I'll be honest. But I'm quite sure in the whole web development community, just like there is in the C++ or in game development community, people looking down on other people and trying to convince them, yeah, my language, my whatever is better than yours because of this, that, and that, and you know, it itself has a shitload of problems with itself, right? So I quite believe that, yeah, C# people mainly talk about like Link to say that they are better than Java, and Java people probably have things to, you know, look down and have a, you know, verbal fight with C# people. It always is like that. It's the same with like Unreal developers, with Unity developers, and Godot. No, actually, whenever I spoke to someone using Godot, they weren't really looking down on anyone. So maybe Godot developers are cool. But yeah, like Unity, Unreal, or Unreal versus proprietary engine. Oh, the flame wars about that. Unreal sucks because of that. No, Unreal is awesome because of that. Oh, but this and that. It's like, you know. Yeah, it's always happening. Green Coke says, potato chips are definitely more healthy than crackers. Here we go. Let's start this. Yes. Hi, Green Coke. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? I hope you have a nice weekend. You know, I really love that you can come up to any group of people and drop any subject, and we can have a conversation and debate about this, right? It's cool. Sometimes it's getting too flamey, especially on the internet, but that's kind of cool that we can always have a debate, right? I think that's what's awesome about conversation. Otherwise, we would all be like one single-minded fucking community, and everything would be boring. Nice to have you here, Green Coke. How is your weekend going on? Yes, let's do this a little small optimization. I know you shouldn't probably pre-optimize in prototypes, but if a prototype will drop your performance from 60 FPS to 1 FPS, or maybe turn into SPS, right? Seconds per frame, then yeah, optimize that shit. It means that you did something wrong, right? So the idea is we'll create like a quick variable, be detected flame already existing. Shitty name, but informative. And before even multi on the tick, we will set it to false, right? We won't be spawning any systems in here yet. If we detected this, we are saving this as true, right? And no, hold up a second. That's wrong. If we are detecting that our hit actor is a. There was like a in C++ for Unreal Engine. There's like is a function that will tell you if something is an actor of a given class, and but right now I is class. Yes, is a soft. Returns true if object is a type of soft class, either an instance of the child class, child class, or implements the interface. Yes, that's exactly what I'm searching for, because I don't want to do like a hard shit, right? And the soft class will be flame base. Let's take that and let's get back to my Spark. BP flame base, and if it is already of that type, then but I hope my Spark is not. No, it's not of that base. Okay, so if it is already colliding with the flame base because we hit the freaking Lado and we collided with the. Now I'm wondering if there are other ways I could do it. Greencock says 1300, which is an hour, 1 p.m. to all the people from the English sphere, and I'm still laying. Otherwise, waking up. I'd say perfect. It's great when you can have a day when you can just lay down on, you know, at 13 or 1 p.m. It's really a great day. I should do 2 sphere traces maybe? No, but when I'm hitting this, I already know. Yeah, like right now I'm thinking about the sequence of events, because I can start detecting flame before I have hit the ground of flammable actors. So maybe I should do it a little bit differently. I'm scratching that. Yes. After I hit my flammable actor, actually, I will do another multi-sphere trace with that to check for the flames, right? Dexterovsky says, isn't it better to use is a child of instead of is a? Depends. Like, I'm not sure if a child of detects that it is instance of that class, and I think a child of might have been a little bit more expensive because it's doing like a hard cast there or something like that. I forgot which is better. I'll be honest. I would have to take a peek in the code. But the best actually would be to, you know, have like an interface and check for interface. That would be the cleanest. Greencock asks, what are you working on in here? My game with bow and arrow when I'm shooting things and burning down and breaking them, etc, etc. And right now I'm working on a maybe let me turn off everything, on a impromptu flamethrower you can create. So you have like the fully grown flame in here. We have our wind propeller in there, and we can start creating the stream fucking beam of fire basically, right? So yeah, that's something that I'm working on right now, and I'm like finishing up this prototype so it will actually create like, it will actually burn things down, right? Or melt metal, because that's also something that I want to do for this game. Dexterovsky says, by the way, hi Dexterovsky, nice to have you here. I'm asking because I fell multiple times into this. Wanted to check if something is a child of the base class and use is a, and wonder why this is not working. Oh, really? Huh. I mean, oftentimes in C++ at least, I also use like a quick cast. Like, okay, let me cast to the base class of something. If it is casting, then, you know, it's working, right? So, yeah. if you're using tags, it also gameplay tags, it might also help instead of like, you know, casting actor to something, like checking, hey, does it have this gameplay tag? Oh, it does, so I'm interested in that object, right? Because that also is a quick thing. But that's very contextual based, what might be better. Greencock says interesting. About my flamethrower, I guess. Yeah, I'm finishing this up. Yeah, like I have like 4 pages of, you know, additional mechanics with fire and ignition that I want to do, but including flame tornadoes. But I've been stopping down on stupid shit all the time during this stream, so I'm like, fuck. I hope I would get through like 75% of that, and we are going through one thing from the previous stream. I haven't even started doing anything from those notes. So, you know. Dexterovsky says, hi, I'm here only for a moment, but casting in CPP isn't that expensive as in Blueprints, I assume. Yeah, I assume as well. That casting in CPP is way faster than Blueprints. I assume. Although, I haven't measured that with any profiler, so, you know, it's not 100% guaranteed. But it's a well-educated guess. But nice to have you here even for like a second. Okay, so the idea is... Yeah, we don't need this variable anymore, I think. Actually. If we actually hit flammable surface, let's do another quick, like, multi-sphere. Trace for objects. Let's add actor to ignore whatever the fuck we already have hidden. It looks awful right now, blueprint wise, but I will, you know, clean it up in a hot second. So I will do another trace, quick trace here, and see if there is like already a flame. Oh, actually I needed that variable. Okay, whatever. Because I need to iterate over those hits, right? So for each loop. Yeah, let's fucking break this hit result and let's actually cast it. Yeah, let's do like a quick cast. Fuck it. Cast to BP flame base, like. If it works, let me bring back the B. Detected flame already existing. I think each time I add this variable, it gets worse and worse. Then it is being set to true, right? And it should be for each loop with the break, of course, because I cannot choose the correct node immediately. Yup, and let's go that. And something that I truly hate about for loops breaks, it's the way that it looks like that, like this. Oh, it doesn't work like that? What the hell? Okay, so if you detect that the flame already exists there, break it. Save this variable, right? You will go here. And you will end all of this shit. So then I need to go here. Oh my god. That part of code in C++ would be looking way freaking better. But I set out to do this whole prototype of a game in Blueprints. I got only myself to blame. I wanted to, you know, also grind my skills in Blueprints and know more of the caveats about them, because on day job I use more C++, almost C++ exclusively, unless we're talking abilities. So yeah, I got myself to blame, but fuck it. If detector already flame existing, then also we are breaking, and I hate the way this looks. If not, then we are still trying to detect shit, and if we broken, once again the exact same check, because we don't know if we completed, because going through the hit because we already found it or not, and if we already found it, then nothing. If we didn't find it, that's where we are spawning shit, but we also need to save the location of the hit. So we detected this, so I guess I need another variable. Greencock says blueprint's always slower than C++, but it's neglectable depending on the amount of calculations loops the function is doing. Yeah, there was this presentation from Ari. I forgot the name of it. Let me quickly find, like, myths or something. Let me do a couple of things first, because I always forget about that. Maybe one day I will write some code that will be pasting Discord link to y'all. Discord connected to those streams. And let me quickly search for, like, Epic Games Ari Unreal Myths or something like that. What the hell was this? Myth busting practices. Yeah, I think it was that. And there was like something about, oh, actually went to cast and blueprints. Okay, there's actually the whole slide about there. And there was something about, why do I have Japanese subtitles? That's interesting. Yeah, like, yeah, it starts right around here. Let me share it also with y'all. Let me share it both on stream and on the Discord for everyone to see, where he basically tries to profile the oh my god, I'm lacking the word, overhead of Blueprint virtual machine. And yeah, the overhead is minimal, on like minimal amount of work, but of course it gets expanded the more you do. So in this prototype of the whole game that I'm creating, I'm probably paying a huge cost of virtual machines, right? So yeah, awesome talk, I really recommend it. Greencock said, yeah, it's called Leave Blueprints Alone. Oh, there's like another talk about that. Let me quickly see that. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh, that's not what I'm searching for. Can you leave a blueprint mid-run? Google is being a bitch and is not finding it. But yeah, this talk is awesome. Dexterovsky says, yeah, but I was asking only about cast, because in blueprint casting is loading whole blueprint classes with assets. In CPP this is not happening. I read it somewhere. In the exact same talk, let me launch it once again. He is talking about that. I forgot the caveat, like what was the result of that. Yeah, casting. Actually, maybe let's answer this with what they're saying right now. And let's catch up on chat. Absolute Coward says, Godot makes us use C# because memory management is too hard or something. But then if you want to do anything remotely complex, you're forced to do memory management anyway. That is kind of true, yeah. Except now you aren't sure what is your responsibility and what is the engine. That is the worst. That's what I sometimes don't like when in Java, for example, and other languages, when I don't really understand how garbage collector works and what are the rules of it, then I don't know what happens with my objects, right? So yeah, that is always like mystifying, to say the least, right? Dexterovsky says, by the way, this is an awesome talk. Everyone should watch this. I wholeheartedly agree. Greencock says, I think one thing to keep in mind is that is way more important is memory. Yeah, I think, you know, performance and memory is like the most two important things, right, when it comes to profiling. And oftentimes people, I agree, people put too much stock on like performance, and then memory get balloons up the fuck up, right? Like lots of objects that are always forever referenced, right? And there are situations like that where, for example, you have a small level and you're only spawning like a couple of characters, but due to some fuck up, one of the characters actually has a hard reference to some other level that is like huge. And suddenly, you know, this huge 4 GB level is always loaded in because you have a hard reference in your character. That is a fuck up, right? For memory. And you need to delete this shit immediately, right? Greencock says, like, people cry about blueprint speed, but never about memory side of it, which is way worse. Yeah, yeah. Dexterovsky says, okay, so I assume I should rewatch this. I should rewatch this as well, because I forgot about the cast. Some say cast is slow, cast slows asset, cast is function integral part of coding, blah blah. Not that slow, only 500, no, half a microsecond in C++, 3.5 microseconds in Blueprint Editor. The issue with casting to BP types also references them, which adds them as a dependency. That is true. Dependencies need to be loaded before your blueprint is loaded. That is true. I mean, everything they're saying is true. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, this is like Epic talking, right? And dependencies stay loaded while something references them. Yep. So, when to cast in blueprints? Do you want to get a call function on it and get property from it? Yes. Is the function properly declared in C++? Cast to C++ parent class. Is the BP class expected to always be loaded? Yes, just cast to BP. No, define the property function in C++, override in BP. Okay. Do you need to check the type? Yes, compare. Ah, you see, Dexterovsky, we have an answer. Compare with a soft class. That way we don't do like the loading into memory. So actually, is A doesn't load into memory. In my case, actually, my BP flame base will be always loaded into memory because I will have a whole level full of flames, right? But in other levels, I might not have BP flame at all, right? So yeah. Compare with the soft class, and it is like something new from 5.5. Before that, you had to do like this actor reference, get class, player class, and do this shit. Okay. By the way, Ari is awesome. Like, all of his talks are super awesome. Yeah. Oh, and the tags. As I said, like, comparing tags is also like a way to go. So don't use cast is busted. Yeah, like, I recommend this talk. Wholeheartedly. Greencock says, yeah, hard references are bad too. But people never understand how blueprints handle memory. Mainly, the event graph is the worst thing to use without function. Okay. Mainly, the event graph is the worst thing to use without functions. Yeah, like if you don't have functions and you... Yeah. Yeah, like, do people really create like additional event graphs? Like lots of event graphs? That's interesting. Absolute Coward asks, the fuck is the soft class? The soft class like basically means that you can reference a class or a blueprint without loading it into a memory. Kind of like a soft path to it, right? That you can compare the path to the class and see if those paths are matching to declare whether something is an object to it, right? Versus like actually loading in the whole class, you know, allocating memory and then comparing those types and casting, right? Dexterovsky says, but yeah, I think is A should return false if you check for parent class with the child class. Yeah, I would think same, because it is checking for that specific class. Oh wait, no, I think is A actually should, no, I think I disagree. Is A should return true if you're checking for a parent class, but you're comparing an object of a child class. I mean, yeah, there should be like a boolean, like, are you checking for that exact class, or are you checking for whether something is a subclass of a parent class? There should be like a specification, like, what are you trying to find out? Is it the exact class, Or is it somewhere in the chain of dependency of classes? I hate OOP in general. Tagging would be way better. Yeah, like diamond problem and everything, like OOP can be a bitch. Green Coke says, event graph remembers all outputs. When you use function, you free up that memory as they are not stored forever in event graph. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for saying that. I didn't know that. Absolute Coward says, time to shill Raylib. Yeah, Raylib is to all you guys, a library for making video games. In pure C, right? If you want to disengage from any other bullshit and you just want to code the game and that's it, no UI, etc. Raylib is for that, and I actually have, you know, it always on as a tab in my regular, as you can see. I really recommend it. I never tried it, but it looks awesome. When I will have some free time, which I'll be honest, my time budget is shit, I will, you know, try to check it. But yeah, Absolute Coward, you sold me on the Raylib. Greencock says, no one knows this, bro. What if I told you that OOP was optional? Yes. Yes. OOP should be optional, but the way it is being taught at school, it seems like, hey, if you're coding in C++, you can do only OOP. Which makes me want to pull my hair out. And I don't have it, you know, too much hair left, so yeah. Lexterovsky says, yes, I am using in level blueprint separate event graphs just for aesthetic and have things nice and clear. Okay, that's fine. Didn't know they eat up memory so much. Yeah, I guess you could, you know, profile like with everything. You can profile it with memory insights and see how much of a problem it is for your game, right? Maybe for your game it's not that much overhead. Maybe for some other example it will be a big problem, like, you know. We can always profile and see like how much something hurts us and decide like, oh, it's not that bad. I'd rather pay this cost in order to have an easier time developing something and maybe do an optimization only at the end or something, like, you know. There's always like not a leeway, like it is always a fine balance, right? Of the cost. Like, okay, I'm paying the cost, but can I pay this cost and what it buys me in return? And I need to add like new flame spawn location quickly, and it's a vector, of course, and if you complete everything with, oh my god, yeah, this function would be so much easier to write in C++, but I decided to try making everything in Blueprint, so fuck me, I guess. Completed, detected flame already existing, and if it didn't found flame already existing, that's where I want to set my new location to be that, actually. And let's disconnect all of that shit, and I misclicked. New flame spawn location. This is where it will be spawned, and this as well. It's alright. And what did I use in the end? Yeah, I used the cast to BP flame base. Yeah, I have BP flame base loaded in memory anyway, so I'm fine with that. Yep, let's tidy it up, and yeah, let's clean that up on every event tick. And I need to add one more thing to it, and yeah, set. Should I need to set it every? Yep. And What else I need? What else I need? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I need to kill it. If I'm spawning, I need to kill my spark. So set live spawn to... And yeah, I guess it should work. If the flame is already there, I should detect it. And of course I hooked it up wrong. If the flame already existing wasn't detected, and here with this additional sphere trace, then that's where I can actually set new flame spawn location. Yeah, it should work. We'll try that, and then I will need to take a quick break for a snack. Absolute Coward says, the only problem I've had in Raylib is that my scrap stats don't pan out as well as they have in fancy engines. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Dexterowski says, before someone will get mad about using level blueprints, I am talking about scripting level specific things there. Yeah, sure, like we discussed in, on Discord, right? If you're doing level specific, like puzzles, etc., in, non-open world game, and if it not balloons up to like huge spaghetti shit, why not use that, right? If, you will see that you will need to have a separate system for that type of deal, you will do that system. I know you will do it without a problem. Absolute Coward says, that is to say, print isn't so promiscuous with what you pass into it. Ah, yeah, about scrap strats. Yeah. Yeah, then... But I'm sure you can work around it in some way, right? Green Coke says, imagine everything in your function here. Always stay in memory, because it's inside of event graph. That means every line you see. Holy shit. I think it's funny when I see full projects with barely any event graph functions, and they complain about memory going to shit and wonder why. Holy shit. And then Green Coke continues, Unreal Engine has so many of these hidden things. Yes, that's for sure. I wonder if this, in 5.7, this new AI assistant will be aware of those hidden things and will be able to ask about it, right? That would help a lot. Absolute Card says, I don't mean that about the scrap strats. I don't mean that as being a problem with Raylib though. That's purely an issue with me. Ah, okay. Yeah, Unreal Engine has lots of hidden, knowledge. That's why Ari from Epic Games is doing those talks at Unreal Dev Fest, about hidden things, all 50 tips that no one knows, etc, etc. So it won't be an arcane knowledge to all the Unreal developers. Dexterowski says, I assume this AI assistant will be stupid as fuck. I mean, I will for sure, when 5.7 gets released, I will for sure be checking this out, and we will see how it will hallucinate. I can't wait to see that shit. Green Coke says, yes, AI will not tell you unless you specifically ask, which means you have to know about it in advance. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how it will respond to a prompt like, give me 100 hidden things in Unreal that people usually don't know about, and we will see what kind of answer it will provide, right? That is not in documentation, and we will see on what kind of data Epic trained it on, right? Yeah, so I assume as well that this AI assistant won't be like the, second coming of John Carmack, but, we'll see how it will work, right? And you guys are, hanging out, yeah. Okay, now let's see, after all this talking and using all of my calories almost that I had before taking a quick break for snack. I guess some things are working because I completely killed the performance. I killed it. I fucking killed it. Oh my my god. Z positive as Green Coke. Still working on your project? Are you? Yeah, so I killed everything. I wonder what it is. Maybe it is this Niagara, or I'm spawning thousands upon thousands. And my flame detection is not working. It might be that. My flame detection doesn't work, so it is spawning like thousand upon thousand flames a second. Because if I click that, I'm having way too much multi-spheres and I have to rethink the way I will do that shit. I really didn't think that I will use all my time budget in today's stream on just one flamethrower. On the last stream I was thinking like, yeah, it will be like 30 minutes more and it will be over. Which goes to show you that sometimes the devil is in the details, and those details, even in prototype, will make you work for hours. Greencock says, no, my project is dead. No! Oh no. Greencock says, I wasn't able to make it run at 60 FPS and broke my units and project at some point and gave up. Tip 1, don't blue screen when project is open. It'll fuck things you can't fix. Oh man. I'm sad to hear that. I'm sad to hear that. Okay, so the issue was purely with the spawning of actors. So mine detection doesn't work. Hell yeah, we will debug it in like after the break. I need to eat a little something because my energy is going down. So I'll be back. I need a quick snack break and see you in like a couple of minutes. This and What's up? I'm back. This beat was already here. Yeah, while I was snacking, I was reading your discussion, guys. And Z Positive, is it okay if I showed your YouTube channel in here? Because I also wanted to take a peek at this, but I wasn't sure if you're okay with, you know, public showing of that. And you're making an RTS, damn. And the tick manager that you're talking about is a nice idea. Also, there was like talk from the guys that made Sea of Thieves. You might be interested about that. With the quickly, let's. This is your channel, right? Yeah, the tank. It's the same avatar, everything. First of all, let's subscribe because I do want updates. Let me quickly drop the what was that? Sea of Thieves tick aggregating or something like this. Is it that one? Yes, that one. Let me drop the link in the chat and on my Discord. And also, let me drop a link to the Discord. For all the people that are watching and are not already there, like, you know, we are sharing. It's not too spammy, so don't worry. We're sharing, you know, like things about projects, new things in Unreal and in GameDev in general, etc., etc. This talk might be of use to you, Z Positive. Yeah, they are using Tick Manager in Sea of Thieves, and they also used a trick to be processor cache memory friendly, so they are optimizing the order of calls in Tick. So it will, all the ticks will be loaded nicely in cache, so you wouldn't have cache misses. So, you know, it will be going, the tick itself will be faster thanks to this optimization. I really recommend this talk. Z Positive says, yeah, I need to rewrite the tick manager to C++ and body turret rotation to C++ since there is 2 ticks per tank. Greencock says, nice, but don't forget that at some point you'll have buildings, crafting things, and units moving and bullets flying, and Unreal will probably explode. Yeah, with RTS's, like, optimization might be key. Is key, right? Depending on the amount of units, etc., but, you know. Lots of stuff happening under the hood. Now let's take a peek. Let's maybe watch the newest, 4 months ago. Multiplayer RTS from Z Positive here. Oh. You already have some terrain with some river. I also love that you're using placeholder graphics for this. You can easily test whether something is great in here. But I have to say, like, your icons don't look too placeholdery. They look great, actually. That looks cool. Z Positive says, we'll see how far this goes. Green Coke, I wish you the best, man. Yeah, like, I wish you the best as well, Z Positive. That looks cool. That looks really cool. And you have the minimap going on. I just realized, like, minimap going on there. Z Positive says gameicons.com. Easy for development of these icons. Huh. Let me quickly see that. And they were crossing river. Nice. Now we have like a fight. And it's all happening in the multiplayer. And things are happening in, you know. And they are shooting each other. Traces happening, I assume. Hats off to you, my friend.
That's really awesome. You're an engineer and now I'm hooked in into which team will win. And you got the co-op working already from the get-go, which is amazing. So, the red guys won, right? Yep. Nice. Nice. I like it. Did I subscribe? I subscribe. How do you comment? Looking great, mate. It is really looking great. And it's RTS and it's already working on multiplayer. Damn, man. Lots of work. Got into it. You can see it from, you know, from the get-go. Greencock says, I'm just skeptical these days with prototypes performance. You can work for months on things and be like, it's fine. And at some point it's not, and then the fight starts. Yeah, my approach with that is like... sometimes some features I see I'm building them and it might be like, okay, in prototype it is fine, but will I be able to create a shippable optimal version of that? And sometimes the feature itself is as such that I cannot come up away with thinking about how to make it shippable. And if that happens and the game relies on that feature, I have to pivot in some way, right? Sometimes I can do like a quick optimization and, you know, for the prototype, and I know what I need to do for the shipped game. Like for example, in my game, there will be lots of flames, and I know those Niagaras will be Unreal Niagara data channel heavy, right? Because this is like super optimized ways of like spawning sparks, for example, and other one-shot Niagaras, right? And sometimes not even one-shot Niagaras, right? But yeah, this is like a way of doing certain things, right? And sometimes in some features I already can see like, okay, for shippable version I have a way of doing things, right? But yeah, this is like a fine balance everyone needs to have. Z Positive says, you have to keep checking stat game, stat unit graph. You can see if you need to optimize stuff and what to optimize. Yeah, you can also... let me also check the gameicons.com or .net, because when I typed it in, actually, wait, gameicons.com. Oh my fucking god! But I guess it is that page, right? Thank you for that. I will be using that. Awesome, 400,000 icons. Wow. Thank you for that. Okay, people, let me drop the link on the Discord for everyone. This is great. There's another statistic that you can use. Stat detailed. And it kind of prints out everything for you. Graphs already and all of the frame budgets on the right side. There are a couple of other stat graphs, for example, if you want to use stat GPU. You can kind of see, without launching Unreal Insights, you can see what takes up the most amount of time processing for your GPU, right? So for example, here we can see that most of my time goes for post-processing and volumetric clouds, right? I can see it from already, right? We can turn that off here. Stat game will show you, yeah, Z positive stat game, exactly. Will show you what goes into your game frame. Fred, we can see I'm having 50 around FPSs, which is
20 milliseconds, right? And I can see what takes the biggest amount of time. It's world tick, it's blueprint time, as I'm not surprised because everything works on blueprint, transform render data, post tick component update. Yeah, like you can quickly, you know, try to look up and see like, okay, my blueprint time is 4 milliseconds. Maybe I could optimize that, etc, 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 right? Start game. You can also go like start Niagara and see, you know, like what's going on here. Start Niagara. Let's turn that off. And I also wanted to show another thing. Start. I forgot. Chaos, canvas, accessibility. No. Audio, yes. Chaos engine. No. I forgot that character. Yeah, where you can basically quickly see what your character is doing. And start. And another one, D3D memory. You can kind of like quick assess what is happening with your memory, right? Like my budget is 32 megs. Total memory, system memory, which is your RAM, is 31 gigabytes. Video RAM is almost 12 gigabytes. I have 3080 Ti. How much of video memory I'm already using? It is 6.7 gigabytes. How much is left? 4.5 gigabytes, right? Use system memory, etc, etc. Although to go deeper into what is actually, you know, taking up this memory, you have to use the best thing to use is Unreal Insights memory, because then you can actually see the breaking part of, you can break down what is happening in memory everywhere. But okay, I got 30 minutes of this stream and I'm fairly sure I won't finish Flamethrower. Because I have a problem that I'm not detecting whether the flame is already there. So we need to go back to that. And I have like lots of other prototypes on my in my notebook. So we will have shit to do for the future streams. But yeah, with couple quick commands you can, you know, take a quick peek and gather what you are trying to what could be optimized like right now if it is a problem, right? I would love to do like insights connected stream, right? Because I use insights at the day job daily, both memory and regular frame timing insights. But the thing is, I don't want to do it like everyone else, which is like, hey, let's take a project from Epic, like sample project, like Lyra or something else, and let's use insights there, blah blah blah. And because it's just, I want to use it on a real build of a prototype or a game or whatever, right? And show you how to detect problems on like a real freaking game, real prototype when I make mistakes, and I will be optimizing it. I think like that would be the best way of doing it, because in those projects oftentimes lots of things are already optimized. And here I have an optimized piece of shit in front of me, right? So that would be the best case to use insights on and to demonstrate everything and to like play around with it, right? So I would love to have an insights stream, but it will be farther in the future on the real ass example, right? That's at least what I'm going for. Okay, so how about, I want to detect if the flame is already there. So let's put the flame already there. And let's see, maybe even like a couple of flames, because I forgot like, what's up? And something weird is happening. Like 3 flame streams going on here. Ah, because wind actor is also triggering those flames. That's something that I haven't considered. If we have like couple of flames inside of it, and it will create like more. Okay, whatever. But basically we want to see, I want to detect those flames, right? Correctly. And without spawning, so I won't be destroying my performance. I need to fix that up. So let's maybe print the state of whether we detected the flame. Flame already existing. Print string flame detected. God damn, I cannot write for shit. And flame not detected. Flame not detected. And I want this to be blue, yeah. And this one to be red. So I could quickly, you know, just eyeball it and see whether I detected it or not. Right? And by theory, I should have only like flame detected. But there is a bug somewhere there. And something is fucked up with like my prototype, but whatever. And I see that I'm not detecting this flame, which is fucking weird if we think about that. And let's see why it might be the case. Do I even get in here? I get in here. How it looks if I jump here. It has like 3 elements. Okay, now let's jump another more. Flame fully grown, that's what I'm detect. So I detected that it is a flame fully grown, but for some reason when I'm casting it to BP, no, I detected that flame is already there. So what is happening? After I complete everything. Yeah, like I want to see at the end of it, it's true. So it should print flame detected instead of flame not detected. What the fuck? So I do detect flame correctly. What might be the problem in here? If I am detecting it correctly, I'm not really printing that shit. Yeah, everything is allocated to game thread. I know because I'm fucking up royally. So what? If I just do that, yeah, I do detect the flame. So I will do like another quick thing. And the flame is already detected. I don't need to go like further beyond that. It joins with this big flame and become one, fuse, doing like fusion, whatever. And it just freaking dies, right? If the flame is detected. That should like... Hello, I have some weird ass bug. Why is it like rotating all the time? Oh. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, it creates more of that shit. Yeah, like that spark and everything and all those sphere traces, multi-sphere traces, mind you, also should be optimized. Greencock says, sorry for dropping convo, my phone took my attention away. Not a problem, dude, not a problem. That's life. Not a problem. Okay, so now my now my thing is shoot. Greencock says I will start little game. Small lurk. Okay, okay, not a problem. Sure thing. Right now I have a... I think I made spawning of those sparkles in such a way that... But it makes sense. That the wind will affect not only this flame, but all the other flames and produce flames beyond that. Those ones should be dying out, right? Nothing should go, yeah, below that. Whoa. Alright, like... Let me just spark that flame without Niagara. It looks like this freaking working. First of all, let's delete those flames. Okay, because what I'm thinking right now also is that maybe I should change the way the wind actor detects whether it is hitting the fully grown flame. In that sense that instead of like taking the whole volume of it, I would just do like a small trace, and the first flame that I hit is the only one that I will be turning into flamethrower, right? So if I have a couple of them in a row, I won't create like the chain reaction of flames, right? Although it would be awesome, but I think it might be killing my performance. So yeah, that's what I might have to do. Z Positive says, enjoy lurk. And then says to Green Coke, you can always ask coding advice from pirate software. You can always also, you know, reach out on Discord or here on the streams and ask advice. All of us will love to answer any question and have a nice conversation going on. Greencock says, I'd rather shoot myself in the foot. If I will keep it a little bit longer, I will crush the whole freaking... Yeah, I just got a flashback from how it took me 2 or 3 streams to work out the whole propeller properly, right? And it seems like flamethrower will be another thing, because right now I'm thinking it's the whole setup might be done in such a way that it will never work, even if I optimize the fuck out of it, because of all those overlaps and me spawning. But there's one thing that I don't freaking get. Greencock says, that guy is nothing but a meme at this point. Hard to disagree, right? That's what happened. And Z Positive continues, I mean using ints for keeping track of story progression. 1 equals character name, all hard-coded. Yeah, you can do it like that. Yeah, you can do it like that. What the fuck did I do wrong here? Like when I spawn this actor, it should like spawn one guy and create like a no spawn zone for automatically for any other spark flying there. So I am surprised that it just kills my performance. Because what should have happened is I spawned this guy there, and all the next sparks going there should already like detect that the flame is already there. And what I think is happening, that yeah, some of them are detecting that the flame is already there, but some of them are not, and they are spawning like an infinite amount of additional flames. So I fucked something up, definitely. But I don't understand yet what I did fuck up. I don't like to finish streams on unresolved issues, but you know, it's kinda like shonen anime where main character gets beaten to a pulp by the villain and at the end of the episode, and you know that the next episode will be all about training and then overcoming the odds. So that's kind of a story arc that we are on right now. Shonen coding. Shonen game deving. I'm even out of ideas. Like, why would that happen? Like, okay, let's launch the start game. Actor begin play. Yeah, all the begin plays. I'm creating more and more. I have 5,000 components overlaps. 7,000, 8,000. And it will grow ad infinitum. So I created a machine to create infinite amount of flame. And I'm talking about burning my PC down, actually. Start game, let me turn that off. Yeah, I fucked something royally up. Because this spawn actor should create like an exclusion zone. Yeah, I have to rethink like how all of this shit happened. Or maybe what I should do is like delete that, because maybe one tick gets in and stops detecting and spawns another flame. No, it's already fucking up. And also the other thing that I realized is that this wind actor, when rotated, I think, touches those guys in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, so I messed it up in some way, but I don't understand why. I'm detecting that the flame is already existing, killing the particle, but the other one is like there. How can I debug this shit, right? Yeah, it all points to the fact that probably for the shipping game, I would have like a flame propagation subsystem, and I would have like a octree of where the octree structure where the actual flame is happening and where are its bounds, etc, etc, and I would have like an ID for that flame, and whenever I'm asking whether the flame is there, I can just go up the octree and get the information. Flame is there, flame is not there, and either propagate or not propagate. Or I could do some voxel shit, right? Divide space in voxels and be like, hey, in this voxel there is flame, in this voxel there is no flame, right? And I could ask about that. Doing it like that is bound to be not optimal. So now I have to rethink like the whole propagation shit, and maybe flamethrower will get back on the back burner, although it is awesome idea to create like impromptu flamethrowers with like wind propellers and just flames already being there. God damn it. Mm. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I'm stumped. I'll be honest, I'm stumped. How to fix that shit. I would have to think really long, hard on that shit. And that's sometimes how it is in game development. You're making a prototype, you're thinking, yes, 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 yes. And then you end up on like a brick wall. And it's like, oh, maybe this whole prototype is fucked, or the whole thing is fucked. I need to rethink my approach to that. And that is what is, I think, happening in here. I might need to think about a different system, which in blueprints might be hard to create because we don't have access to Octree. And Octree is awesome for keeping information about what is placed where and what are the bounds of it. This is basis for like lots of collision detection systems, etc, etc. So I have to think about like some way to keep information about where the actual flame is. Yeah. Yeah, I need to think about, you know, I want to propagate those systems, I want to propagate the flame, I want to ask whether the flame is already propagated there, etc. Like I need to come up with like clever way of doing this. Otherwise, flamethrowers and all the other shit will not be happening. And I need to do it in blueprints instead of C++. So I created a challenge for myself, okay. And I have 6 minutes left of like, I'm at the end of the stream. So yeah, next weekend, I don't think I will be streaming because I will be out of town. And I won't have access, I probably won't even have a PC with me or a laptop. Greencock says, oh, 6 minutes, time be flying. Yeah, I feel like I barely started the stream and I barely accomplished anything in the stream. I fixed a couple of things here and there, but my main goal, which was like to implement as many toys as possible from my notebook, kind of failed. I stopped at the flamethrower, but that's what sometimes happens in game development, right? Ain't no thing. That's like a real deal. Here that sometimes you investigate something, you do R&D, and it turns out that need to rethink approach. So I need to write down in my notes general stuff. Think about flame propagation subsystem or manager or something, because current way is unreliable. Yeah, and I have some inkling about how to do this. I have some idea about how to do this. I would definitely know how to start with C++, but in blueprints, because I don't have access to subsystems and I don't have access to Octree, I will have to think of something, and I'm thinking about like small voxelization or something. That way I could, you know, just store an information, like whenever the flame happens, boom, an actor spawns with like volumes in it, and I just have an information whether, you know, like a 3D grid, and I know where in 3D grid the flame is. So instead of doing like collision checks or anything, I can just ask the 3D grid, hey, do you have any flame in that position? No? Okay, I want to spark a flame. Yes? I'm not doing shit there, right? Something like that. It should be working better, and then I could create all those other ignition and flame mechanisms way better, right? Yeah, that might be cool. Greencock says, oh man, reminds me of something. I spent 8 hours the other day to find out I could have done it in 30 minutes. Thanks, ChatGPT. Damn, what you were asking about. And did ChatGPT lead you astray on this 8-hour odyssey? I'm curious. Greencock then continues. Can I ask what is your goal with the flames? So far I only seen it to make a line, not sure what it is doing. Oh yeah, I can show you. What is the goal with the flames? Basically, I'm making a game about shooting arrows from a bow, and it's supposed to be like a arcadey puzzler when not only you travel via shooting arrows, but also you change the state of the world and solving puzzles while shooting arrows, right? And I'm developing, like, I want to create like lots of mechanics connected to like flames and flame propagation to have like one of the levels, let's say like a 4th level in the game, to be about the theme of flame, right? And how your shooting can ignite flames, do whatever to solve puzzles, to be able to collect stars, etc. And for example, I have this flaming bubble. I can shoot at it. It will burn down the altar for Half-Life 3, right? For example, I have water bubbles that can put out flames. So I can create myself, you know, like a way through labyrinth full of fire. Right? I have a couple of smaller mechanics, like for example, if I shoot this red button, this blue door open up, I can burn those vines up, and I can collect the star, right? Let me try to teleport via my arrow, like in here. Whee! And I teleported, right? I have something that spawns those fire bubbles. And... wrong weapon. I can start moving those fire bubbles so I can align them, so I can burn shit down and get to my star, right? And the goal with flames is to like create more mechanics to be used in a game, because I tried to make already like a couple of sequences for a level, right? To see if I can already build a level around the theme of flames. Turns out I can't. I don't have enough elements, right? Those elements that I showed you, yeah, they're great, but I can only create like maybe 5 minutes of gameplay with them. And it's like, holy shit, I need to take this fire flame theme and shooting at stuff with my bow and arrow and stretch it even further, right? So one of the things that I was thinking about was like, can I make like a small puzzle where, I don't know, for example, you need to melt something down or make so that flame propagates from one place to another and something happens, right? So I thought, well, I already have this wind propeller. What if wind propeller interacts with like big ass flame and creates a flamethrower, right? Now it looks just like a line of fire. I, you know, need to work on specifics there, but the idea is that you can create like this impromptu flamethrower and transfer your flame from one place to another, right? Etc, etc, etc. And I have like a couple of other things that I want to implement, like for example, shooting at flint creates a flaming spark, and the angle of this flaming spark projectile will depend on the angle at which you shoot at the flint, right? Like burnable towers with cage that have star upon that, so when you burn the whole tower down, it will fall on physics break and you will be able to collect the star, right? Like some kind of cannon that you can ignite and it will shoot a ball, etc, etc. Like I have like, even I noted down like a fire tornado, right? Like I want to create as many toys to my toy box and then once again get back to level design and see like, can I make more gameplay right now? So that's the goal of that, and I tried to create this mechanic for like flamethrower, which creates this line, which is supposed to, you know, like burn other things down, but I faced the problem of the fact that my current implementation destroys the CPU and it will crash the CPU, most probably, right? So I need to rethink the way I propagate flames, the way I store information about flame propagations, because right now it is actor based, and it starts to feel like, and I kind of knew this from the beginning, that I have to think about it in a little bit different way. It also might be the moment where it turns out that for those mechanics I need to get to C++. So yeah, that's the story of that whole thing. So let's end this stream by burning the Half-Life 3 altar once again. And next week, like I said, I probably won't be able to stream unless it will be Saturday, but I'm not sure about that. And so I will be giving info on the Discord, etc, etc, and of course like YouTube and the Twitch. I will be updating the dates, etc, but next weekend I'll probably have to miss, so for sure I'll be back in 2 weeks for streaming. We'll be probably making a little bit more involved flame propagation system with like some kind of 3D grid or voxel or whatever. But yeah, that's what will be happening. Thank you for being here today. It was lovely to chat with you guys, learn about a couple of things and sources. I hope you learned things as well and had a nice time. Z Positive said, thank you for stream. Hope catch you next time and hope to see you again, Coke. Yeah. Green Coke says, see ya, dude. See ya, guys. I hope you have an awesome weekend. And see you in 2 weeks. Bye bye, guys.